Hello! Welcome back to X4. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, Crow Dragon. Welcome to the show. You guys are nice and early. And Phoenix, I see that you did a cheer, and my intro thing doesn't have an overlay on it. So I will hit the replay button here. There it is. Hey! How are you guys doing tonight? Crow is fine. All right. So, where were we last time? I'm pretty sure I have an Asgard. Heck yeah, I have an Asgard. Lurking while Tarkoving? Alright. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so the goal with this ship is go rescue Hatikva's Choice from the Xenon. Did I do a... I think I did a refit already on this, right? I already undocked. Hang on.
Docking aborted. Terran shipyard. Docking aborted.
I undocked too soon. Saturn, you were doing great. Awesome. Good to hear.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Okay, come on. Dock me right here, please. All right, let's just look at the information and see. Do I have everything I want? Defense drones, repair drones, flares, laser towers. Main batteries. Beam turrets, shields. Alright. I think I've got everything I wanted on this thing. So, where are you? Osaka's everywhere. Okay. This is our destination. So, let's fly out here.
Autopilot engaged.
And in order to do this, I want to have all of these guys in there with me, defending me from fighters. So, I think the right setting for the AI for this is attack all enemies. I think. So that's what we're going to go with. Attack all enemies. And then I will take over for the autopilot and fly out here myself. Because the autopilot is just sad. Beautiful. And that's 8. 10. Did I capture 2 more and just forget about it? I must have. Nice. Is it going to tell me who you're running from? No. I'm going to guess cock. Okay. Oh man, that's a long journey.
Accelerator.
Okay, I'm assuming
Venus.
the AI is going to jump out of travel drive
Autopilot.
and weasel his way through the
Disengaged.
accelerator. So, let's do this my way. I hope I'm not too long. I might have also waited too long to do this little maneuver. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I hit it. Darn it. Okay, that's all right. I will line up better for the next one. Which is better as defense against the Xenon hordes? SM ships?
Entering.
Against the
Venus.
Xenon, I would pick M ships over S ships, for sure. As for which ships specifically, it's a really good question. Let me think about that.
Accelerator. Mars.
I mean, my default go-to is dragons, but I don't think dragons are actually the best for that. Because the AI doesn't utilize them quite as well as I do. But maybe... maybe the Falks? It's on the expensive side, but that might be the one. Do you have a preferred faction style you want to play with? Or I guess the even better question is, which DLCs do you have? I don't remember. Or do you even have a computer yet? I mean, you don't have the game yet. Okay, right. Because you're still just on a laptop and a 20-year-old computer. Okay, so in that case, maybe the Falks. It's the Terran Corvette. As soon as I hit the next system, I will pull up some build options here. Come on, come on. Yes.
Entering Mars.
Okay. Got a minute there. I think it might be this guy. Dual shields, lots of forward-facing guns, and a dock. You're trying to help me remember. All right. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's the katana. And the Jian is cool. But I think against the Xenon, I think this is the winner. Hey, Rob Dog, welcome to the show. It is going all right.
Accelerator.
I am
Asteroid
just on my
belt.
way over to Hatikva's Choice with my shiny new laser boat to kick some Xenon butt. But but I'm not going to use Crow. I won't be using M ships. I'm going to be using these things, my Barbarossas. Just because I think I'm going to get enough overlapping fire with them that I should be able to deal with most of the fighters that come at me. Well, I definitely went the wrong way on this one. Ugh. If I get really lucky, I can fly in the backside. Nah, I'm flying way too... I'm turning way too slow. Darn. I'm pretty sure this is even with the good thrusters. I'm turning this slow. Might need some mods. Yeah, I missed it. Alright, so we will fly... that way. And as soon as I'm up to speed, we initiate another turn. Man, this is brutal maneuvering. I thought the Astrid flew like a boat. This thing is terrible. Turn. Turn. Now, of course, I'm going to be getting a little bit high. That should be okay. Oh man, I'm getting really high. All right. Hopefully that does it, and I don't run into the edge there. I'm going to run into the edge. Ah, I ran into the edge. Darn it. In your playthrough, had to just get an Argon miner and get them crystals in your pirate playthrough to make any good money. Yeah, I haven't done crystals. At least never as a source of income. I know it was super broken for a while, but It's not quite
Entering
as
asteroid belt.
forgiving anymore, but I don't know. I never felt the need to go asteroid hunt or crystal hunting. 2 mil per trip. Wow. That's not bad. Crow, you've seen tugboats with better handling. Oh yeah, but I mean, I think tugboats actually handle pretty well. Like, I mean, I feel like I'm flying Ever Given right now. This thing is a cumbersome monster. Hey, Shay, welcome to the show. You gonna get pulled over? Oh, I hope not. I'm most of the way out, I think. They don't seem to care that I'm flying a stolen ship. All right. Aim for the far edge. And hope I don't hit anything.
Entering system. Getsofune.
All right. If I'm lucky, I can fly straight for this gate. I shouldn't be on too much of an angle. I'm already getting too far over. Because that's how slow I am. All right. Doing lots of zigzagging. Rob Dog, is there an order you can give a miner to collect crystals, or were you piloting it yourself and just busting rocks? That's much better. You were the one piloting it. Okay. Yeah, I had to scratch my head for a second. I was wondering if you actually had a NPC doing that. That would have been, one, kind of broken, and it would completely defeat the whole crystal nerf thing in the first place. But two, at the same time, that would have been super cool if you could just give that
Entering
order.
system. The void.
You have beam turrets, it will auto-fire on them. Ooh! Okay. Are those mods game mods or in-game hull mods?
Jump gate. Second contact.
Ah, it's a workshop mod. Okay, gotcha. That gate's gonna get a little tight. I gotta come this way. Couldn't help it. You love your empire building too much. Yeah, I love the empire building. That's definitely one of the things about this game that keeps me coming back is I can be the big boss in charge.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Okay, now this connection is gonna suck. Bro, you must admit they did well with the scenery. Magnificent work. Yeah, this is a very, very good-looking game, isn't it?
What a pile of junk. Not good enough.
Oh,
Entering system. Second
Oh, dear.
contact.
oh dear. No, let's not run into that station there. That would be nice. Thank you. Okay. Turning is so bad.
Kiss your plasma events goodbye.
Hey, what gives? Lost my travel drive anyways? Darn it. All that for nothing.
Jump gate. Argon Prime.
Wonder if I can bust this asteroid. Apparently not.
Asteroid.
Shame. What is the range on that gun? Kilometers. Ah, okay.
Jump gate.
I was
Argon
a little too far
Prime.
away from the rock to do any damage.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
Okay, here we go. Alright, all of these guys. We're going to intercept for. I should keep information, and I want circle formation. Ooh. I'm going to pull up 7 Zyre boas. Odd request, but I'm going to skip that.
Jump gate, Atikva's choice.
I'm going to wait for these guys to come and get information with me. What's your problem? Really? You're getting stopped by a police? There we go. See, no problem. So I've ordered you to intercept for me. And you're just hanging out all the way over here? Why is the AI doing this to me? This is not right. So attack with, they hang out way too far away. Defend, they won't actually shoot anything unless my ship gets hit. Intercept was supposed to be shoot anything anywhere around me, but they don't get close enough to my ship for it to matter. Follow is kind of useless because they'll just follow me around, but maybe they'll shoot. And Mimic is going to be useless because I'm the one piloting it. So...
Joining squad.
Maybe follow is going to work. Because they're set to attack everything. Can I set up a... Try V formation? The circle formation should be good because they'll like literally form a circle around my ship. But just maybe not while I'm piloting it. So V formation is, I guess, literally a flying V. And they might come up, but they should be able to just manage a formation regardless of what the formation is. So you're telling me I need workshop AI. Man, I constantly feel like I need workshop AI. It's infuriating trying to deal with these things sometimes. Global orders, there we go. Okay. I can't change the default. I'm going to have to change each ship individually. And it'd be nice if they'd use travel drive once in a while, too. Okay, these guys are all going to ignore... so that they stay in formation no matter what. Alright, most of them are already were. Nice. So now why? Why are they not travel driving towards me?
Arborasa. 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 Arborasa.
The AI just doesn't understand. I don't know.
Arborasa.
I wonder if I turn on travel drive, if they'll turn on travel drive and get closer. You have to form up and then move out. Well, that's what I was planning on doing, was letting it form up first. But, I mean, these guys are so slow. Like, they have no interest in actually flying at a reasonable pace.
Atikva's choice.
But hopefully being in another system will get them to pick up the pace a little bit. Alright, see, that got them moving. As I was out of sector, they had no problem rushing towards me. Alright, we're going to see if they can stay in formation now that they're here. Well, they don't seem like they're in any hurry to follow me. Nope, none at all.
Solar power plant.
Okay. They're like, you got this, right? They must be, yeah. They must have supreme confidence in my abilities, because they seem to have no interest in protecting me. Just gotta keep my eye out for the big angry dudes. Am I really not seeing any? No Xenon fighters at all. Though I guess I am out of range of the highway, so I might not get to see any. But I'm actually worried if I engage the station by myself, that the station's defense drones are going to be enough to overwhelm me.
We found something out here.
Well, I'm pressing F. All right, fine. No, don't bother listening. That's good. Hey, look! They're gonna travel drive right to me. Amazing. All right, I'm gonna begin slow boating to the solar power plant. See if I can start knocking it out. The game seems to think I can hit the station with my laser. But I very obviously cannot. Because There's the targeting dot. As you can see, it's clearly not touching the station, but it's lit instead of being grayed out. So, but if I switch to my, there's my other guns. See, moves back a little bit, but they're grayed out.
Let's have a drink.
I can do that. Ike Hawk, how you doing tonight? Range finding, maybe? Alright, I'm getting shot at. But I actually expected better from the S-beam turrets. There, see, that's why I brought the Barbarossas. Good. Good to hear. Myself, I'm doing alright. Been remarkably tired today. Which is a little bit odd for a Wednesday. Normally it's, you know, Mondays that are the really tired ones and Fridays. But nope, for some reason, hump day has been kicking my butt. Not really sure why. Alright. That definitely looks in range. So I'm going to hit the brakes. Make sure there's no Ks. Nope. Oh, I had the right angle. Hang on. Should work. Here we go. Let's shoot. Really? Solar power plant is at 94%. Are you honestly going to tell me it did that little damage? May the 4th got me down? No, I like May the 4th. It's a remarkably entertaining random day. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Happy Star Wars Day to you too, Crow. Although for you, that was yesterday, wasn't it? Okay, that definitely hit. Alright, it does damage, just slowly. What kind of range do my beams have? Terran L. Beam. 4.6. Not good enough. I will be in range of their graviton turrets before I before I can do any damage. Hey, Titanic, welcome to the show. Can never stay away from the Xenon, can I? No, I cannot, because they keep causing grief.
Defense drone. Solar power plant.
My other ships need to target it. Yeah, so if they would actually fly up and get in formation with me, which would be really nice, they might actually be close enough that they might shoot at it. But they seem content to hang back a ways. For some reason. Oh, here come the defense drones. I can see them here. See, these guys can use formation just fine. Why do my ships suck so much? Should make an AI move in and out based on their health. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Defense drone.
Oh yeah. Bring it. Mission complete. I did a foray into Xenon space. Beauty.
Solar power plant.
Come on. Chantilly. Look at all the lasers. And 49 missions. I got. Yeah, I've got a few, don't I? I mean, they're not actually all real missions.
I didn't mean to hit you. Sorry.
A lot of those are upkeep missions. So things like my miners are complaining that I don't have enough resource probes, or a station complaining that it doesn't have a trader assigned to it. Those all count towards my 49 missions. So it's not really 49 missions. It'd be really nice if my fleet that's supposed to be protecting me was a little bit closer. That'd be handy. Let's hang out outside where the lasers aren't quite as deafening. But on the plus side, defense drones are usually pretty maneuverable, and I'm swatting them pretty good.
Defense drone. Defense drone.
I think the other ships don't fight because their captain's level is low. I mean, it's certainly not the dumbest thing I've heard. But
Barbarossa.
all they're supposed to do is follow me in formation, and they are not. And circle is not a difficult formation. Like, it's literally a 0-star formation. So I mean, I could try V shape. See if it gets them to come play. But it's like the AI will not truly honor a formation unless you've got an NPC captain as the captain. Really? Didn't blow it up? Come on.
Solar power plant.
I gotta keep an eye out and make sure I don't get snuck up on by a K. Hawk, you're having the same problem, yeah? Ships are somewhere in the sector and they're doing nothing useful, even if I said attack them or defend you. Yeah, that's the problem I'm having. They do not want to honor formations. Now, obviously, the speed at which they get into formation should be affected by their pilot captain or pilot rank, but I mean, still. Alright, no K yet. That's good. I should probably make these guys service crew for now. Well, since I'm not doing any boarding. Still not exploded. Man. They almost managed a circle. Almost. Didn't I set... Interesting. I can't actually set formation. That's interesting. Why can't I set a formation? Maybe Egosoft did something to actually break formations in the current build of the game and they just need to patch it again because I can't actually select a formation.
Explosion imminent.
There we go. Alright, next up is this solar panel right here. May manually right-click the ships to a location. Yeah. Let's try it. Oh, come on. None of that. Okay. Over here. Oh, come on, click. Fighting anything below the plane is just so brutal. Okay, we're gonna fly him there and see if this works. I mean...
Explosion imminent.
Alright, goodbye solar panel. Okay, we've got gunfire from the Barbarossa. And how close is he to his destination? Quite a distance, because he decided he needed to go high. Alright. Okay, let's see if I can just get him to just stay put. It's not a lot of firepower, but it's something. Oh, the big laser only now just recharged. 51% hull. Ooh, check. Okay, still no Ks. We're still good. Does the enemy station have any turrets? Oh, I'm fairly certain it has something. Yeah. The solar panels have turrets on them, although they're not terribly important. Or not terribly strong, but these things over here might have. Yeah. Graviton turrets right there. Graviton turrets right there. Gravitons. Gravitons. Yeah, they could still do a lot of damage to me. I might not want to send all my ships out. You're saying might now want to send, but I'm pretty sure you mean might not want to send. Yeah. Yeah. I figured. Really? That's 3 laser volleys and that module is still online? What I said. Damn you, keyboard. Keyboard! The other station is going to be a little bit easier to siege because it's right on the plane, which means there's going to be a lot less fandangling. And the less fandangling means I have an easier time arranging the Barbarossas to do consistent turret damage.
S.
Come on, beam. There we go. Okay, you done. Definitely can't see it. Fandangling, you're gonna look that word up. Best way I can describe it is like, it's very similar to saying to haphazardly do something. I think is a good description. And then haphazard just means, you know, super jank.
Explosion imminent.
There we go. Beam toasted. Yeah, got him toasted. Okay, now these two should now be hitting that far.
Solar power plant.
Oh yeah. Just carefully shooting through the wreckage. Beauty. Extra crispy bacon. Oh, you know what? I took out their energy cell storage. I didn't actually take out their solar panels. That's what the Barbarossa is shooting at, is solar panels. Okay. Well, incoming.
Explosion imminent.
All right, there goes the... Nice. Now, am I getting through here? Yeah, most of them are. Okay. Really? Full shot and it's still standing? These admin centers are tough. Now he's going after the big thing. Alright. That's alright, I guess. Man, that beam thing takes forever to recharge. But still no K. We're still doing alright. Do my ships have a flight leader? Well, technically, the flight leader is me. They're all assigned to my ship. Do not have that in this one. I'm assuming flight leader means the guy in charge, which would be me. Which, you know, is not a perfect system by any means, but... All right. This little thing has now taken 2 full Asgard lasers, and it's still standing. And I don't even know how much of this pulse junk. You could have wings like blue wing, red wing. Oh, okay. No, that kind of thing is gone, replaced with alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa. So instead of colors, they've got Greek symbols now. The one I clicked on was on follow. Yes, Crow. That was what I intended them to be on. Was follow. Because I just wanted them to fly close to me. All they needed to do. And they've done a very poor job of it. But that's... I don't know what else to assign to them at this point. Yeah, beam lasers. There we go. All right, we're just about there. Once I knock this piece out, then I can tell everybody to just attack. That's going to be a minute. Because these things take 3 full-powered laser beams as well. But it's sure doing good against...
I didn't mean to do that, so...
P.
The L beams seem to be doing a pretty good job against the ships here. Xenon fighters.
Solar power plant.
14% hull. Not too shabby. Still no Ks. Oh yeah. Wreck the mining ship. Get scrapped. Beauty. Well, everything went dark on it, like it was dead, but it didn't explode. Barbarossa's still shooting it. I guess it can't be dead yet.
Explosion imminent.
Nice. All the lovely salvage and nothing to do with it. I know. I'm not set up for that yet, unfortunately. I wanted to set up my my headquarters as like a mobile scrapping base, but I haven't got around to it. I think I'm missing blueprints I need. Oh. %. Mobile. They can move what? What did I call mobile? I already don't remember what I just said. Scrapping base. Oh, yeah. I guess spoilers. The headquarters can teleport. Not yet, obviously. I'm not nearly far enough along in the game, but eventually it will. And if I set it up with a whole bunch of scrap processors, I can just fly it into a combat zone and use it for all my scrap. Okay, that's dope. It's pretty good. I think I just shot right through. Yeah, my laser went right through that crack, so it didn't actually hit anything. What a waste of a charge. Oh, something just popped up over here. I don't know. Ooh. That another mining ship bites the dust. Bye-bye. Good targeting or bad aim? Oh, definitely bad aim. 100% bad aim on my part that time. For sure. Watch. Goes right through the middle. All right. Let's go sideways a little bit.
Explosion imminent.
Kaboom. Now, of course, they're trying to rebuild this. Oh, come on, explode. One Xenon P, just go away. Oh yeah. Alright, station down.
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
You're fine. It's not a problem. Alright, let's collect some salvage. Or, yeah. Salvage. Off to the second station, which is acting like it's under attack. I guess the Argonne are decided that I was the inspiration they needed, and they picked up the fight, and they're going for it. Let's go give them a hand.
Xenon defense platform.
Oh no, not really under attack. It just a mining ship got a little bit too close. All right, that's not quite as encouraging. We'll get it. Alright, I'm going to aim for 20. Or aim to hit the brakes at 20, I should say. Oh, I can hit it. Alright, nice. But I gotta be close enough for little guns. Come on, turret, help them all, not just that one guy. There you go.
I am extremely sorry. My aim was off.
It's fine. I mean, I can't apologize to them when I accidentally shoot them, but they can apologize to me, so yeah, by all means. Don't sweat it. everybody is after the Magnetar instead of actually coming after me. Hey, Nolan, welcome to the show.
That could be
You
your
see I have a
last
big old
mistake.
laser? Oh, heck yes, I've got a big old laser.
Get liquidated.
It's a very, very fun laser. Giant angry laser. Although I gotta say, these stations are pretty tough. They take a lot of lasers before they blow up.
I'll wipe
Large
you
change since the last time you saw me. I was struggling to keep stolen Barbarossas. Yeah,
out. That was not your
I have a few Barbarossas now. They're just out here supposed to be protecting me. They're just doing a pretty poor job of it. But yeah, I did the first part of the Terran storyline, and then decided that
not a bad aim for a machine.
because I was given access to Earth, that I should go after it in Asgard.
You're in for it.
And I succeeded. And now I have an Asgard with a giant laser. And it's a lot of fun.
You'll regret that. I'm gonna reprogram you.
You tend to aim for the Asgards that are part of the intervention corps, assuming you can find any. That's what I was aiming for too.
That's starting to get worried.
But I hadn't found any.
Bad news, pilot.
And I wanted one really bad. And I was
You're
willing
in
to
for it.
go deep to steal it. Oh, you think I need a few more Asgards? Yeah. Well, I could add them to the list of things I need, for sure. Oh, that actually sounded like a pretty good hit. I don't know, it's just a P. It's still no capitals. I'm kind of confused. This place was crawling with capitals last time I was in here. And now there are basically none.
Go away.
Alright, we'll see if we can add some plasma fire to this. In your save games, the Terrans always send Asgard straight into the Xenon sector. Oh, yeah. I know, I remember every once in a while seeing an intervention corps Asgard facing off against some Xenon, but in this seed, they've not had too much interest in directly attacking the
Sorry,
Xenon.
I didn't mean to hit you.
Rob Dog, I missed the war? Which war?
Useless pile of junk hardware.
that sector. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Whatever went on seemed to do a number on the Xenon before I even got here. But at least I get to dislodge the stations.
Oh no.
You were joking saying I missed the part. I get it. Yeah.
Get out of here.
Warren, your save is amazingly effed. Our gun prime is basically all in the splitter, always losing. And the Claudia and Paranet are also not being well. Wow. The Talati are borderline screwed in my save because they haven't been able to rebuild their shipyards. Ministry still has their shipyards, but the Talati company doesn't have shipyards anymore. So it's an odd situation to be in. Maybe we take this sector over. This sector is still owned by Hatikva. The Xenon did not kick Hatikva out, which means in order to take over the sector, I would have to kick out Hatikva. And at the moment, I'm not too keen on... I'm trying to save Hatikva, not steal other stuff. You did manage to reclaim the void. Well, hey, that's something. The Xenon gets a footing next on the agenda, but the NPCs aren't doing well. That's too bad. Really wish they would
Explosion imminent.
come up with a slightly better starting economy or a slightly smarter AI that can handle this game, because it's pretty sad. Good, I'm hitting.
That was a really silly thing to do. I don't like this.
Remember what the mods were supposed to make the AI factions better? Off the top of my head, no. I'm sure we could find something on Nexus mods. I did just see someone mentioning something on Reddit that helped AI combat, but isn't necessarily a faction enhancer. But actually, I mean, that is what it's called, isn't it? Faction enhancer? Yeah. Gouda. It came to me. We remembered independently. So yeah, I wonder if that's been updated for 5.0 yet. How many of these things do I have actually doing their jobs now? A couple. All right. Let's add you here. Let's Let's add you here. Add you here. Add you here. There we go. You're looking at the VRO wiki to find the mod name, and there's a warning when using the XR ship pack, which you are, that it can apparently make the Xenon way too aggressive. It's not been in the past, but it's sure showing it this time. Yeah. They're just a little bit OP right now. That's alright, you know, some people... I remember for a while, there were people begging to have stronger Xenon. And I think VRO adds stronger Xenon too, doesn't it? As one of the main changes they make. Killed about 20 eyes in the same... Wow. I've managed 2. Xenon are pretty balanced in it being VRO from your experience, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I've never played with VRO, so I don't know. You also wish the above were an exaggeration, but you think it might be more than that. Man, that's nuts. Alright, see, this is working. Don't know why you're out there, though. Come back here. Shooting right underneath and hitting that one. Egosoft should do a cock DLC, bring back the big ships and the cock clusters and let them fight against the Xenon. Yeah. I mean, as much of a gigantic pain as the cock are in this version of the game, it would be kind of cool to just randomly stumble across a battlefield between the cock and the Xenon. The mysterious hyperspace aliens versus the ultimate persistent killers. That could be fun.
Something hit us.
Wait, what? Which one? You dumbass. What are you doing? You are nowhere close to where I told you to go. What are you doing? Idiot. Oh man, he's getting hammered so fast.
Hull damaged.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm out of the range. Is the Kaak a playable race? No. Should they be? No. No. They are a race of hyperspace-based aliens. And they definitely should not be playable based on the lore around them. Robo, you were going to say something? It's all right. I managed to save it. It survived. No! You've been having some pretty great success with your fleet org, been assigning ships to attack with their response to being attacked set to ignore. I'll say as long as you don't tell the flagship to attack, they will keep formation.
Explosion imminent.
Only really matters to rely on turrets and not on main battery weapons. That is actually almost exactly how I'm set up right now. The problem is that the Barbarossas don't maintain formation. They hang out way back behind my ship that I'm flying and do nothing. And it's really frustrating. So I had to manually fly them. And again, this guy's response to attack should be ignore. Alright. Yeah, don't fly the flagship. Yeah, but that completely defeats... I want to be able to fly the flagship myself. Right? I want to be able to carefully maneuver everything. I remember back your first contact with the Cock in X2 where you got toasted instantly. Yeah, the Cock were far angrier in earlier X games than they are now.
Container.
I lost another station miner. And 18 billion. Right there. Man, the vigor suck. Alright, let's go do something about all these Xenon M's flying around. Ooh, I should also save, because I managed to save that Barbarossa. I mean, not like I would have reloaded if it died, but, you know, I saved it, so... Alright, let's attract some much-needed attention here. Why am I stopping? I'm running into stupid ships. And I can't turn. There we go.
M.
I'll take those loot. Beautiful. It'd be amazing if we get someday a multiplayer mode where other players can join the game from someone or even private servers to play on, like Minecraft servers. For example, yeah, from everything I've heard from interviews with the devs, I don't think it's ever going to happen. The closest we're going to get is the multiverse, which is still your own, which is still only ever you. So it says it's multiverse, but it's not true multiplayer. It's not even true co-op of any kind. And it really does sound like we're never going to get that, unfortunately.
M.
Okay, let's aim for that gate. That's where the Xenon tend to come from. Maybe an X5. Maybe. Maybe they'll revisit their want to do an MMO. I would actually prefer some form of co-op over an MMO version of the game. Because everything I like about this game would be severely nerfed in an MMO, so I wouldn't play it. I don't think.
Jump gate, Varka's Cascade.
MMO would just be people blowing up our ships. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, being able to build the galaxy-altering empire that you can in this game would be really, really difficult to balance properly in an MMO, so I wouldn't be too keen on it.
Avarice.
Wait. Barbarossa. I didn't lose a Barbarossa, did I? No, I still have all of mine. Okay, interesting. Xenon, we're having a party. Oh yeah, so many wrecks, man. It's the game style as it is now, and just let up to X number of people join you. Absolutely, Nolan. That is exactly what I want. I don't want an MMO. They know that players want something like the multiplayer sessions, 4 players or so. Yeah. I would love to see. I would love to see support for dedicated, our own dedicated servers that can handle more than 4 players. I'd love to see support for 10 people. It would be really difficult to run that, but I'd love to see it. A dedicated server is an option for those who want more performance on a separate rig. I think if you were going to do multiplayer, I think a dedicated server would be just about a necessity. Yeah. Hey Zero, welcome to the show. Good to see you. How are you doing tonight? You'd imagine they would have to do a ton of work on the game's code to add multiplayer compatibility. Oh, absolutely. The game does not have netcode as we define netcode. So yeah, no, it would not go well if they just tried to add it as is. You're doing good? Awesome.
I didn't mean to do
That's what
that.
I like to
Sorry.
hear. Ooh, loot. So many lasers, it's so nice. Yeah, multiplayer is a thing you have to consider from the beginning, or it's just a metric you have to work to implement. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. The engine, as it is right now, is definitely not optimized for multiplayer. Project Zomboid, they added it years into dev, and they're still working on getting it to work correctly. Yeah. Yeah. No, if it isn't a planned feature right from the very beginning, it's a nightmare. And with how janky single player is in this game, I can't even imagine the amount of jank we would have to deal with if this game ever got multiplayer. They are so methodical devs to begin with. Okay, well, I mean, you know, that's that's really not a bad thing. Yeah, it takes longer to get features, but I would certainly take slow and methodical devs over just about any other dev style. Right, short of very motivated and persistent devs, I think the next best thing is slow and methodical. Because, I mean, these days you can't even count on well-funded devs because AAA titles tend to have just as many problems.
Jump gate, Vargas Cascade.
Alright, I'm going to try parking about 16k off this gate.
P. Jump gate, Vargas
I think that's
Cascade.
a good number. Gives me a chance to turn and engage a K if I need to. I just want to slow down the flow of these guys. Ooh! Got a little close. We also know the players want to land on or visit planets. Yeah, that would also be a ton of fun. I'd like that too. Ubisoft isn't planning that. It's not. That's definitely something else that I know they've said that they have no intention of adding planets. Right. Well, I think we might just have this on lock for the moment. So I'm gonna grab a save, and I'm gonna go take a real quick break. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Sit tight, everybody. Alright, and we're back. I don't think... Apparently I ran into something because I stopped moving. I left myself in reverse. That's alright. I don't really want to sit here forever. But I just wanted to stop some amount of xenon from getting through so we can recover a little bit. Well, you don't think Egosoft would be good devs to implement something like flying to and landing on planets? Yeah, you know, the way this game is built, actually flying to a planet would be an extremely tedious affair. So that probably wouldn't go over too well. Just look at how slow Star Citizen's development is. They have a lot more funds and personnel than say, Egosoft. Yeah, the problem with Star Citizen's development is the guy in charge, Chris Roberts. He is the poster child for feature creep. Right? Star Citizen will never be done because they will never not add more stuff. So the time frame for them is kind of irrelevant. I think Egosoft's design style wouldn't fit a space-to-ground mechanic. I mean, there was an in-atmosphere mission in X3, which was an interesting thing. I do think it worked pretty well. But full-blown space to ground, I don't know, hard to say. Wouldn't really add much. It might feel like a tacked on feature. Yeah, and actually, even in the in-atmosphere mission in X3, it felt pretty tacked on there too. All right, let's see. What should I go try and defend now? Or should I take another stab at the Vigor? Ooh, let's suck in a bunch of loot. I've got an idea. I wonder if they could do multiplayer via LAN to bring back LAN parties. Man, I would love to bring back LAN parties. Those were the best. However, the limiting factor of multiplayer in this game is not going to be internet connectivity speed. Right? It's going to be raw processing power. I would say it wouldn't matter if they were going for LAN or internet gameplay. I think it would end up being about the same either way. All right. We are going to
Autopilot
start
engaged.
on our next objective. And to start us off, I want to give all of these Barbarossas Terran beam weapons, if I can. So I'm going to see if I can send them all over here. Okay. do them individually. What a nightmare. Alright. Beam, beam, beam. Now, is this going to work? No, I can't actually even load it because I've got things that it can't install. Ugh. Each one individually. Okay. Okay, so we are attack all, attack all, attack all, and then all the medium turrets become missile defense. Because that is the only way you deal with the Vigor, is mad amounts of missile defense. Beams. Oh man, this is gonna get even more expensive because everything just bumped up in price because I got to do them all separately. Man. Okay. It's all the beams. L, attack all. Missile defense. Oh, not being able to do this all at the same time is really frustrating. I'm going to be here forever. Okay, yep. Missile defense. Actually doing this 100 on 100 Barbarossa's manually. Oh man. If I had that many, I would probably either suck it up, use the batch mode and put all Terran equipment on it, although that would significantly up the price, or I would just go insane. And honestly, insanity might be the preferred option from time to time. Okay, add. 7 to go. It's going to really suck when they start running out of supplies to do this.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
Defense. All enemies. Well, on the plus side, at least I've got enough money to actually do this. I'm really going to need my own maintenance bay here pretty soon. Although then I'm going to need all the blueprints too, which is going to suck. Halfway? 5? this. Repair. Missile defense. All enemies. Had a nice time in early X4 flying between asteroids and farming crystals. Sadly, it's been fixed to cap now. Oh yeah, they nerfed that pretty hard on us, didn't they? I actually never got to experience the true majesty of early crystal mining. It felt a little bit cheesy to me, so I always avoided it. But they ended up patching it before I ever really needed to use it for anything. But yeah, I know it was super good money for a while. Two to go. All right, come on. It's all good. Or being AFK next to a mining spot and collecting all the space flies that were generated by NPCs. Space flies or lodestones. Used to be a great way to get lodestones too. They nerfed that as well. Which is really unfortunate, but lodestones are a lot more difficult to get now. Okay, that's all of them. Oh man, 21 million just in guns. Oh, that hurts. That's a lot. Okay, so while they are doing all that... Really?
Autopilot disengaged.
Of course, one of them didn't make it out because there was just too many fighters. Friggin' typical. Let's go get them.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
They've never gotten a hull part delivery. They're just playing with it. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it?
Barbarossa.
That's alright. Serenity is on her way. Have we done any of the stuff with the Earl King yet? No, not yet. It is still parked near Keep Safe and is under control of Vigor. Man, Hatikva's Choice is a long sector. No, don't want to blow up HOP ships. If you give me Xenon to blow up, Cock to blow up, or SCA to blow up, I'll take the mission. But Holy Order, I'm not going to take that mission. All right.
Sorry about that.
Don't be sorry. I'm here to help you. Let's go. Warns me now with taking the equipment, taking and equipping that thing will leave me disappointed. The function of the ship is fine, but how you get it all sucks. Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that because there's a when you do the steal a freighter mission, the pilot of your pirating ship says something about the Earl King actually being pretty much useless. And from what I've seen of the Earl King being used, it's definitely not useless. So I was assuming there was a disconnect there somewhere. Wow, I blew all those ships up really fast. I didn't even get turned around and they're already dead. Huh? Let's go. Okay, now gonna set a waypoint to there.
Autopilot engaged.
I'm not gonna escort a ship. Alright, while that is autopiloting, I want to see how these are all doing. This is doing fine. This is also doing fine. Asgard is very clunking, but a total beast. Yeah! It's quite a boat. But yeah, the guns are super nice. Alright, we're going to start setting this stuff up to only accept my Ships. Let's see the smaller. Still doing just fine. 5,400. Oh, I can't. Automatic. I'm going to leave this on no restriction because the miners have a tendency to get their get themselves exploded. Looks fine. Might have lost all my miners. My methane ships. Graphene plant has no ships. Yep. Lost them. Alright. Methane miners. Personally, didn't do a lot in Tides of Avarice DLC. Many bugs led you to press Alt F4 and quit the game. Oh no, really? Well, that sucks. What did you end up struggling with? Because I've had some interesting issues, but certainly nothing game breaking.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
When you'd say he didn't miss much, the Avarice plot fell a bit flat. And the pirate plot was hot garbage. Really, I haven't done the pirate plot yet. I wanted to not have to worry about constantly getting slapped around by Vigor and then do that. But we'll try it. We'll see how it goes. You are definitely not Talati. But,
Entering system. Second contact.
Why are you still... Why are you still in the Oort Cloud? You belong in Asteroid Belt. Annoying. What was I doing? Ooh, mission. I had just
Autopilot
ordered...
epically failed.
Wow, way to go, autopilot. You're fine. Okay, well, I'm not getting those mining ships sorted out until Vigor decides to take a break, because they will blow up all of my mining ships. Barbs are going to be a while still, looks like. None of them have even made it there. Alright, the other thing I can look at is research.
You're in trouble now.
Nevidium. Still don't have Nevidium. Do I finally have solid storage? Yes, okay. You're my Nevidium ship. Transfer wares. Nevidium. Beautiful, alright. That'll deal with that, and then I'm missing plasma conductors. Okay.
Entering system. Black hole sun.
Oh, I managed to steal somehow. Okay. Oh, sorry guys, got distracted. Like you had to buy hull parts and sell them, but after purchasing, they were not listed in shipping for anywhere else. Ooh! That's an interesting bug. Purchased more hull parts, but they didn't count to the mission. Sometimes some missions were getting stuck, you needed to reload. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. That sounds like game-breaking bugs. For sure. The pirate plot is pretty safe in terms of consequences, and you recommend people do it once for the experience, but you will not be doing it ever again. That's fair. I would... the smuggler mission I would do again just to get the Astrid again. But yeah, it's actually just been a pain pissing off the Vigor like this, so... You played one of the storylines, one with the split Paranid and the Talati guy. Empyrean Curs. Oh, that's the pirate plot. Ah, yeah. That's the one I have just barely started, and I'm just avoiding until I can fix the Vigor. The Astrid is the other plot, and that one's worth doing ish. Yeah, Tides of Avarice has kind of felt like the weaker expansion for sure. Alright, get you doing stuff. There we go. Okay, I need a freighter that's not doing anything. Like this guy, Mercury Vanguard. Perfect. Plasma conductors. Okay. Spelled that wrong. There we go. You come here. All the plasma conductors. And I'm going to have to do that twice. Okay. Alright, as long as he survives, he'll get that done. And that will finish up my next teleportation. And range 3 is going to hurt. So we did a long-running plot that will last till mid-late game, Cradle of Humanity. 2 early game plots that are worth doing time and again and are interesting. Tides of Avarice, one plot is that it's flat and one that's downright disappointing, although both are early game achievable. I'm missing some punctuation. That's alright, I'll never fault you for punctuation. But they're early game achievable until you get to the part where the Vigor hate you, and then they're not terribly early game achievable yet. Or at all, because I'm about to try and finish it in an Asgard, because I haven't had any luck. So I wouldn't call it early game achievable. The pirate one, maybe. Haven't done it yet. But the smuggler one, no.
Autopilot disengaged.
Perfect.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Yeah, running out of graphene. Okay. I have the Vigor. Oh, wow. You know, I have enough Marines on my Asgard that I could board both of these Barbarossas at the same time. I wonder if I should try it. Oh, well, I'm not going that way. Oh, darn it. Fair in that regard, but it depends on if you actually care if the Vig is hostile. After you were done with the main bit of the plot, you didn't care to make them friendly again. Well, I want to go back to Avarice, and it's going to be difficult if I don't. So that's my reasoning.
Autopilot.
I've decided I'm
engaged.
going to see if I can steal both of these Barbarossas at the same time. It was actually more profitable for you to just keep them hostile and steal their stuff. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind eventually actually completely wiping them out. However, I want to make sure I get all of their blueprints first, because I like their stuff. I might need a large fleet. No, Crow Dragon, there's no might. I definitely want and need a larger fleet. Right, and I can't move my mining ships as long as I know that fleet is in here. And of course, the real question is, can the Asgard handle them? Missile defense. Attack all enemies. Attack all enemies. Attack all. Attack all. Attack all. All the M beams become missile defense. BPs are a fair point. You often forget that being able to reverse engineer stuff is a mono. I mean, I can get station modules, but yeah, I can't get ships. Or weapons or turrets or any of that kind of stuff. So I need to be friendly with them at least for a while. Distributor is still doing his thing. You're doing your thing. Astrid is doing its thing. You're full of Marines. Your Marines might be better than some of my Asgard's Marines. Let's see, recruits. No, actually, all my recruits have a little bit of experience. Versus... Well, some of you have a little bit more experience. Let's, while I'm waiting for the autopilot here, let's do a little bit of messing around. 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11. Confirm. Beautiful. And then one of the Barbarossas had a slightly better crew as well. Oh, they're in a fleet. I was losing my mind for a second. Yeah, the Rob Dog's got a bunch of better crew members as well. So I will stick them on here as well. Alright, so from the Rob Dog, there are no veterans. Okay. 2, 3. Anybody with more than a third of a star is going to move over. I think autopilot is stuck on this accelerator. I keep hearing it try to engage its travel drive. It's not having a good time. Yeah, the Rob Dog was definitely where I was putting the good Marines for sure. Look at them all. I mean, they're not good. They're still recruits, but... Oh, there we go. There's the end. Okay. 89 Marines. Okay. Oh, finally made it. Alright, nice.
Entering Black Hole Sun 5.
Zero, you found the pirate one alright, even if some of it felt more like a tutorial. It was a bit disappointing. I felt like there should have been more missions afterwards. Okay. I mean, yeah, I actually would imagine they probably would be treating it like a tutorial. Because it's based on a game start, right? Or it comes right out of a game start, so I could see them wanting it to be more like a tutorial.
Danger.
Danger what? Okay, yeah, no, we're still moving. Good Marines here.
Danger.
All right, there we go. That should get me all of the highest skill Marines I have. All right, I don't know what the danger is about.
Autopilot. Disengage. Jump gate. Grand exchange.
So we're gonna just fly manually for a second. They all finished. I also feel like excluding Hatikva and all the other plots so far had some kind of meaningful consequence to your action. Split plot makes large changes to their space and factions in the game. Same with parent plot. Parent plot affects established diplomacy and massively affects the existence of two factions. And then Avarice, you get a new wear and the pirate plot line that has even less consequences. Yeah, it's a little bit... It does kind of fall flat a little bit, doesn't it? Just dock. Barbs have all been refit, which is nice.
Sunder. Gas. Sentinel.
It's really such a shame, especially with how enthralled you were at the start of both plots. You just never kind of reached any suspenseful climax. Yeah. That's too bad.
Grand exchange.
I guess they kind of got caught up in the
system. Grand
the
exchange.
hype of pirates without really taking the time to flesh them out properly. Alright, they gotta be in here somewhere.
I do hope you're carrying something interesting. Oh, this could be quite profitable. Eject the cargo into space. No, I will not do that.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me. I was like, ah, buddy, you don't know what you're getting into. I think they got so focused on graphics improvements and the tide mechanic that they just didn't do as much of anything else. But, like, even that tide mechanic kind of fell flat. Sort of annoying and makes you wish they had done a number of things with it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to deal with the tide because I got kicked out of there. But yeah, the tide didn't really feel terribly like the idea was to make a more dynamic system, but they didn't really it wasn't really that dynamic. It was just a thing that kept
Entering
happening.
Grand Exchange 4.
Unfortunately. And I really could have used some kind of visual indicator outside of the sector as well. That made it easier to know if I needed to go or could go in or not. Or, you know, on the map, show you if the tide is going on or not, in case you decide, hey, what are you doing? And try to order one of your ships around without being there. So that part was kind of frustrating. For sure. One of that list is a message sent to the player upon entering Avarice that the tide warning has already gone out. Oh, yeah. At least, right? Like flying in and having 2 minutes to the tide and having no idea. That's garbage. When the times you've entered, started traveling, just hear the announcement the tide is happening is stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Alright, we're going to save here. Because I have constantly underestimated the Vigor Syndicate. So I want to see what happens here. Because I am not losing this Asgard to the Vigor.
Peregrine Sentinel.
But with the number of fighters in there, this will be a good test. To see how well it can handle massive swarms of missiles.
Entering system 18 billion. Barbarossa.
Alright, so that's only one. I don't know where the other one went.
Go away!
Now! Last time you were there, the only reason you didn't die was because the autopilot epically failed next to tide break. Awesome. I'm straight up gonna miss the Barbarossa. Wow. Alright. That's lovely. This hasn't got Mark III thrusters? I think it does, actually. I think it's just that bad. But yeah, like in Travel Drive especially. It really cannot turn.
your last mistake.
All-around thrusters Mark III, yep. Oh, and the Vigor are here. All right.
Stop your attack immediately.
No.
Security forces. Reporting attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security. Comms channel open. Reporting attack against this station. Negative.
Yeah, that's right. Get told. Alright, we're gonna fly straight for the Barbarossa.
I think you might regret that.
Of course, I need to
Eat space.
blow these guys up before I can travel drive. That's okay.
You're going to get it now. Please, no.
Negative. Exactly. It's like, did you forget that you guys are pirates? Like, come on. Alright, so that was only like 4 or 5. But so far I'm impressed. Asgard managed to handle it pretty well.
Donia. Barbarossa.
That's what I want. I'm gonna get it.
Requesting immediate backup.
Oh, come on. I'm gonna get shot with a mining laser and get knocked out of travel drive. Ugh. Hey, what gives? Why am I not hitting you?
Donia.
He'll get storms of 30 or more fighters. Yeah, no, I don't think that little fight I just had was a good test. Not at all.
Suck vacuum.
Actually, I want this to be attack all
Dearly for that
fighters
pilot.
and make these missile defense. So that they don't bother shooting the Barbarossa because I want to steal the Barbarossa.
Kid.
You're... Whoa.
Stop your attack immediately. Security forces. Reporting attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security. Comms channel open. Reporting attack against this station. Negative.
I love how I definitely blew up a ship. And the initial thing said an attack against this ship. And then when they actually contact Sector Security, they're like, attack against this station. Come on, Egosoft. That kind of thing should be easy to fix. You shouldn't be listening to that. Okay, alright, here I go. Gotta get boarding crews on the Barb, and then I need to deal with all of those fighters.
You're cooked.
Oh, I definitely bumped it. Alright. That's okay. I think I hit him pretty hard too, so should be okay. Wait. The whole fleet is involved. But we're okay. We only used Serenity. Okay. Good. I was worried for a second. Oh, they spawned really far back, though. Crow, you love how they won't help. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, suck it. Had 60 or more fighters follow you into 18 billion. That probably wasn't even half the forces. Oh, yeah, no. In total, Vigor has so many ships. It's ridiculous.
Incoming missile.
100%. Ah, see? Missiles. But
Keep an eye on sensors.
missiles are
I'll
fine.
make sure you regret that.
Because I have
Contact. Making preparations to
got
breach.
really aggressive missile defense.
Acknowledged.
Incoming missile.
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Acknowledged.
Alright, the Barb is still flying full speed in the wrong direction. Which is making it very difficult for my boarding pods to get to him.
Stay information.
Boarding pod. Defense drone. Barbarossa.
Prepare to be wiped out.
Follow that course.
Wait, where's the Barb? I wonder if I can snipe his engines with my laser. Gotta get a little bit closer to do it, though.
Try talking less. You might fly better.
Oh, I did it. I actually hit it. Look at that.
Grid.
Look at that. I actually took out...
Stop your attack
I took out an
immediately.
engine.
Security forces.
This is amazing.
Reporting attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security. Comms channel open. Reporting attack against this station. Negative.
Oh, come on. Why won't you let me just click? It's so much better.
Incoming missile.
Got it.
You're in serious trouble.
Got it.
Keep an eye on sensors.
Bad move, pilot.
Sniped all his engines with the gigantic laser. Oh, yes. Very much. So beautiful. All right. One
Boarding
boarding pod that
pod.
needs to get there still, so...
This is not what I signed up for.
Which could have the shockwave generators from X2 and X3.
Barbarossa.
I don't remember
Follow
shockwave
that
generators. All right. So those plasma cannons are doing next to no damage to me at all. Beautiful.
Permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
So don't mind me. I'm just going to come in and sideswipe all your engines, okay? Oh no, he's turning straight at me. It was the Paranid capital ship weapon. Okay. Yeah, I
Stay
don't remember
information.
those. Like, at all.
You're really asking?
Stop your attack
In
immediately.
X3, I pretty much
Security
only used
forces.
Argon
Reporting attack against
and
this
Boron
vessel.
ships,
This
so
is
I
sector
don't remember
security.
the
Comms channel
Paranid stuff
open.
that well at all.
Reporting attack against this station. Negative.
Oh man, I wish this thing would turn better. I need to get some exceptional mods printed out on this thing to get it to turn better.
That was not smart.
Follow that course.
You're going down.
Oh, he's gonna turn
I don't
around
wanna
again.
be
He's gonna
here.
come back. He's not gonna let me. He's not gonna let me get him.
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Got it.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Nope.
That wasn't your best move.
Okay, so. Alright, so I'm gonna just launch boarding pods here. So, Serenity. Yep, good. Good, 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 good. I'm going to very quickly turn all of these to attack my current enemy and get them all to attack that
Pod
engine.
launched. Moving to target.
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Acknowledged.
Stay in formation. They're all over us.
Okay, did that work? I think so.
They're all over us. Requesting immediate.
Did I get them all? Yes. Alright, back to target fighters. And missile defense.
Lock up.
Acknowledged.
Beautiful.
Steady.
Alright, we're gonna keep taking out the fighters.
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
And for the
Acknowledged.
most part, those plasma cannons aren't really doing me a whole lot of damage, so
Reporting
I think we're
attack
okay.
against this vessel. This
the other
is
barb.
sector security. Comms channel open. Reporting attack against this station.
There's the other one.
Negative.
So I wonder if I can use the big gun once
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
once the approach is done.
Acknowledged.
To just do a little bit of damage. The hull. How did you
Boarding
end up all the
pod.
way out there?
Barbarossa.
Gotta just keep moving a little bit so that it doesn't do too much damage to any one implement, because I'm pretty sure they're all about...
Contact. Making preparations to
Here we go.
breach.
Got it.
So.
You're going to get
Whoa!
it now.
Okay, that does a lot of damage. Yep.
I need an update.
Preparing for breach. Sit rep.
After the severe lack of effect it had on the Xenon station, I was not expecting that.
Tell
Like, you
Group Leader we
really
spotted
gotta
enemy
just
activity.
tap it. Man, that thing is just about dead.
Tell them to fall back.
They say
But
it's
on the
too
plus
risky
side,
to engage.
I've taken out
Tell them
all
to
of their
fall
fighters.
They say it's too risky to engage.
Oops. Yeah. I mean, at least I didn't blow it up.
It's going to blow!
I got very, very lucky. Didn't blow the ship up.
We're taking heavy losses.
But now that one's got
I need an update.
another
I have a
engine
team
online
working
and
on
he's
bypassing
crawling
a
away.
lockdown.
Gotta fix that. Alright. So
Sit
long.
rep!
Continuing combat.
I'm gonna convert the rest of my crew to service. Just so we can get some stuff
Avarice.
repaired if we need to.
I need an update.
Open fire.
We're down to 30 Marines? What? Do I have to
need an
reboard that
update.
ship?
Falling
Man.
back.
Avarice.
What about you? How are you doing? Yeah, stage has not started.
We're pushing through. Lots of resistance.
Repair drone. Avarice.
8 Marines. Oh man.
They say it's too risky to engage.
I just lost a lot of Marines. Man.
Sorry, sir. This isn't looking good.
1 Marine left. Yeah, it's still theirs. Alright. Well, we'll come back for that one.
Avarice.
Now I want this one. I love how I was basically catching this guy without even needing travel drive. Oh, we didn't fry him with a laser shot. I wonder if the laser shot had anything to do with it. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I don't have an answer. This is where you really need video enhancement goggles, man. So I could like zoom in on this thing
I'm
and
not
be like,
talking to you.
it's fine.
You're really going to get it now.
Alright, and now for the ship itself. There we go. That should be enough.
I need an update.
Preparing for breach. Sit rep.
All right, there we go. Still got all the Marines.
Green.
Hey, look, another one.
Go! Move it!
Striking.
Sit rep.
Oh, nope. I
Falling
think I missed his engines.
Send backup.
Sit rep.
It's going to blow!
Barbarossa.
He was at the wrong angle. That's okay. Didn't need that one anyways. I should
It's going
get.
to blow.
I should get a whole bunch more Marines transferred over though, because I did lose a lot.
I need an update.
We're
Send
pushing
me
through.
all your
Lots of
Marines.
resistance.
And then go buy more. Oh man, Marines are expensive.
We're pushing through. Lots of resistance.
Okay. I should get in there and scan this guy. I want to see what he's got.
You're making a big mistake.
We're down to 80, hey?
Seriously outgunned here.
Follow my lead.
Oh, that is the right
Good
place.
one.
There we go. There we go.
No, no.
Oh, they're not here yet. That's why I can't adjust.
Sit rep!
Open fire.
We've secured several sections. Moving on.
Nice. All right. That's what I like to see.
I won't let you get away with that. You're seriously outgunned here. Stop. Keep space.
Damage is getting serious.
Oh, you
Hey, will you stop firing?
course. Of course, as soon as I capture a barb, they're all
Stop
over it.
your
Yeah.
attack immediately.
Yeah,
Security
that's good.
forces.
That's good.
Reporting attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security. Comms channel open.
At least
Reporting
give
attack
me
against this station.
veterans immediately.
Negative.
Help. Might as well just eject.
Oh, wow. Look how big I am compared to a Barbarossa. That's amazing.
Incoming missile.
I didn't really...
Since you seem so keen, let's fight.
Danger.
Didn't really consider that.
I
Hey,
think you might regret that.
missiles are actually hitting me? Dang it. Alright, what am I running into? Am I running into the Barbarossa?
You're making a big mistake. Rookie. This is not good.
up.
Looks like you won't be going home.
Something's hit us.
Oh, that's my fleet. My original fleet has now decided they want to join the party.
You're in trouble now.
Darn it. Okay.
You really didn't want to do that.
That's
You're
not good.
seriously outgunned here.
That's not good at all.
Barbarossa.
Oh no.
Okay. This is not going well. Okay. All of you. Just stop and everybody fly here. Okay, good. Now, I gotta do something about helping him. And this guy, as many of those as I can. And you get your primary refit from here. And then a better refit later. Okay, and I have to try and defend him while they all escape. Which means heading towards this guy.
You're pathetic.
Oh, shut up.
Stop your attack immediately.
No.
Security forces. Reporting attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security.
Let's have a drink.
Channel open.
I can do that.
Reporting attack against this station. Negative.
You really didn't want to do that.
Okay, so my other barb is gonna
Go
start
away.
flying. Man, this guy's taking a lot of damage. This is unbelievable. Okay, at this point, I lost a whole bunch of Marines to this ship, but he looks like he's just trying to get away. So the thing I want to kill is this fighter. Oh yeah, come on, Barb. Come on, Barbarossa. He got him. Nice. All right, good. In that case, that guy looks like he's headed for... But I've got another one there. Okay.
Repair drone.
Oh no, he's aiming right for me. Okay. That'll make this easier. I'm going to come straight to you. And I'm going to launch boarding pods. Escape pod is under attack. Who was launching escape pods? Okay. And now attack current enemy. Which is going to be
Pod launched. Moving to target.
Stay sharp.
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Got it. Follow that course.
I'm trying to come over and it's not working.
Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Got it.
Okay, who's launching escape pods? Like, really? Wow, there's so many of them. This is insane. All right.
Steady. Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Steady. Contact. Making preparations to breach.
Got it.
Steady.
We're making...
Preparing for breach.
Bring him through.
You're going to get it now.
And that's also a pretty awesome shot. So let's just do this.
You should find the teleporter now has a much larger range.
Oh, goody! My research is done. I love it. All right, good. You are now toast again.
Spotted enemy activity.
Let's see if I can scan this guy now. And see what the heck he
Tell
had
them
that
to fall back.
killed my Marines last time.
They say it's too risky to engage.
I should
The commander's
change
dead.
this back
We're getting
to
hammered in here.
fighters, missiles, but I don't accidentally blow something up.
I need an update.
Let's get them.
We're taking heavy
Why
losses.
am I rotating?
Tell them to fall back.
I need an update.
It's gonna blow.
Follow my lead.
Sit rep.
Continuing engagement.
Yeah, ship was just totally rotating of its own accord for no reason. Love it. All right. Too far away.
I need an update.
Open fire.
Oh, come on. I must not have police scanners on this thing.
Continuing engagement.
All right, so what's the boarding operation looking like?
Continuing combat.
We're taking heavy losses.
If I don't win this one, I'm going to be a little frustrated.
I need an update.
Okay.
We're pushing through. Lots of resistance. Taking serious damage.
We've
Oh,
secured
come
several
on,
sections.
really?
Moving on.
Barbarossa.
I need an update.
Open fire.
Man, they really they love blowing up my stuff. Like, the best way to lure them out is to shoot their stuff. Okay, what am I stuck on? Why can I not move?
Sit rep.
I have a team working on bypassing a lockdown. Sit rep.
Like, I'm running into something because
I have
I'm
a
not
team
turning,
working on
but my
bypassing a
ship is
lockdown.
rotating.
Sit rep.
Continuing engagement.
Other big ships are nearby. The ship will rotate. It can't be stopped. Well, okay, but I mean,
I
come
need
on,
an
Egosoft, figure out your collision
I have a team working
mesh
on bypassing
because
the lockdown.
I'm not running into that ship. I'm not even close to it. Oh yeah, there goes the Barbarossa. I just
Holding position. We're pushing through. Lots of resistance.
okay. Well, I don't know
We've
what I
secured
don't know which
several
one this
sections.
is, but
Moving
goodbye.
on. Nice one.
Danger. Barbarossa.
That's the one I care about. And he's mine. Perfect. Okay. Okay, you immediately give me back all my Marines. Okay, except, no, don't use him. Hang on.
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Okay, so once again, I underestimated the Vigor Syndicate. And I paid for it.
You're done for. You really didn't want to do that. Oh, stop your attack immediately.
No, he's already dead.
Security forces reporting attack against this vessel. This is sector
now
security.
why-
Comms channel open.
Why is this barb
Reporting
not
attack
flying
against
away?
the station. Negative.
Oh, he's just turning. Okay. That's okay then. That's all right. All right, so for as much damage as this thing can do, I don't think it's really suited for boarding operations because, man, it's cumbersome. Okay. I think I'm upside down. Let's spin. Yeah, I'm upside down. Ooh!
Barbarossa.
Should I blow him up or should I try and board him? I wonder if I could pull off a drive-by laser beam. This is sector security. We don't care. Exactly. All right, I'm gonna go for it.
Kiss your plasma vents goodbye.
Yeah. Almost got a proper flyby, but I ran into the corpse. It's fine.
You'll pay dearly for that, pilot.
I'm not paying for anything.
I'm really not enjoying.
Stop your attack immediately.
No.
Security forces. Reporting attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security. Comms channel open. Reporting attack against this station.
All right,
Negative.
I want to keep heading towards this gate just to make sure there's no more vigor out here. And then we regroup at Black Hole Sun so that we are ready to take another stab at fighting the blowing up that station I need to blow up to get the vigor to back off.
Empty space. Jump gate. Silent witness.
Close enough. Aha!
Kid.
Alright, that's what I need to deal with right there. Ooh, I can do that. That's a good idea. Quick save. Thank you for the reminder. Okay.
Barbarossa.
That's what I'm going after right there. Man, there's so many of them.
Pod launched. Moving to target.
Stay sharp.
That wasn't your best move.
We cannot tolerate your actions. Stop your attack immediately.
That one's too far away.
Contact.
Otherwise, I'd just
Making
laser beam him
preparations to
right away.
range.
Stop your attack immediately.
probably coming
Security
towards me.
forces. Reporting an attack against this vessel. This is Sector Security. Comms channel open. Reporting an attack against this station. Negative.
Yeah, he's coming straight from me. Alright.
We're making our way through the hull.
And this guy
Barbarossa.
here,
That could be your last
all my
mistake.
Marines made it. Perfect.
Barbarossa.
I'm gonna just make sure this guy doesn't cause me any trouble.
You call yourself a pilot?
No, I call myself a pirate. There's a difference.
You'll pay
You've
dearly
got
for
no
that,
idea
pilot.
what you're walking into here, buddy.
I want you out.
There, I even did it slowly.
You're really going to get it now.
Okay, let's go find that guy.
Barbarossa.
Now, I have a feeling this guy's gonna try and buzz off. 'Cause he's got Marines on him.
Get to the...
Get me out of here.
Get off my radar.
No!
That wasn't your best move.
Now, I might need to just tap this guy ever so slightly. See if I can do it. Beautiful. That'll be enough to get him through the hull.
Get spaced.
I guess I probably could have used my regular guns too, but no. Oh, and I'm wedged against the Barbarossa and can no longer maneuver. Man. Like, why can he push me around? Why is this thing pushing this thing around?
Go! Move it!
There we go. He gave up. Now I can back up on my own. Crying out loud.
Strike.
Oh, and he's trying to run, so we better make sure we tap his engines here.
Continuing combat.
Oh, come on, turn. Turn!
I need an update.
It's going to blow.
You're going to get it now.
Oh, I accidentally hit the hull instead.
Fall
Sorry.
back.
Okay, I got 3 of them though, so it's not too bad. Oh man, they're doing a number
Lots
on my
of
guys.
resistance.
Follow my lead.
Hey, Pandorian, welcome to the show. Your inventory looks interesting. Drop your wares. Yeah, I mean, if he really thinks he can do anything to me, he's more than welcome to try. Okay. So how are we doing here? I think
Follow my lead.
we're all right. Okay, so let's get all of these guys
Yes!
to work their way
I need an update.
over
Falling
here.
back.
They say it's safe to engage.
They're actually gonna split up, hey, and go different directions. Wow.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, sure. Down to 25. Oh, I got it. Yes! All right, all 25 of those Marines better be veterans because that's a heck of a fight. No, 4. Okay, and then you fly and wait out there. Just to get out of the way. Alright, I think we've severely damaged Vigor here, which means I can finally get my mining ships to go do their thing and go mine for my graphene plant, who's now completely out of resources. It's 3 more for the fleet. Is it 3? It's 2. The third one is right there. They blew it up, unfortunately, because the Vigor are relentless when it comes to. What is the goal for my universe? The goal for my universe at the moment, I am role playing as an old citizen of Avarice from before the gates reconnected. I've been doing everything I've done has been, to try and make life for Avarice easier, which has led to some complications with the Vigor Syndicate because they're, trying to keep the people of Avarice under their thumb, which unfortunately forced me to leave Avarice because I could not survive with the Vigor Syndicate on my case the way they were. So my ultimate goal right now is to get back to Avarice and settle Avarice by any means necessary, which is going to end up meaning blowing up all the Vigor eventually. As far as rules go for how I'm allowed to accomplish that goal, the only two that I've really set is I'm not allowed building mega factories, which means that I'm actually only building single product stations. So every one of these stations only produces a single product, and they're all named, refined metal, superfluid, silicon wafers, advanced electronics, quantum tubes, hull parts. And the other one is I am not allowed to blockade any gate with a defense station if I don't own that sector. Which means, for the moment, no blockades at all. All other rules are kind of pending and a little bit wish-washy. I'm trying to force myself to not save scum and accept consequences of any action I take, which has led to A few pretty harsh setbacks at times. But it having some consequences does make the game a lot more exciting. Why do you suck at flying the right direction? You're too busy running into the wreck of your buddy to bother actually going where you're supposed to go. Alright. Well, I should get flying here because I want to get this thing staged in front of Black Hole Sun for tomorrow. Did that little rant there answer your question, Pandorian? Oh man, I need to mod this ship. It's so slow. Alright, at least one gate is lined up. Sure. Alright, as long as that works for you.
Let's have a drink.
I can do that. As for, what I intend to do after I resettle Avarice, I have no idea. I haven't got that far yet.
Donia.
Oh, I'm gonna miss. No. I wanted to laser face him. Oh well. I was too far away.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
See, that is accelerator. I'm gonna actually go this way first. Oh look, my other Barbarossa is finally flying. Nice. Better than your vague goal of get dual extreme ranks? Oh man. That, nope. No thanks. Extreme fight rank is pretty much impossible. Like, the amount of consistent grind you need to pull off to manage that is frankly unrealistic, in my opinion. Protection production, maybe? Ooh! Yes, I do have a plan for Protection production. Among other things. Which is going to involve jumping my headquarters into Last Resort and stocking up and then jumping out. %42% of the way. Wow. What rank are you at right now? I don't even remember what all the ranks are. I think I've made it to in another run. I made it to like Ace 2nd grade. I think was the one I was at, which I think still had a long way to go. Really? Are you serious? You're gonna bounce me off the accelerator? Wow. You know, if I ever do start modding this game, I'm definitely looking for a mod that removes the models from stargates and accelerators, because I spend so much time slamming into these things. Not even funny. Let's see. Apparently I'm a vice admiral in this run. You are Ace of Aces, second rank. Wow. That's a lot of killing.
Entering Grand Exchange. Free.
Are you pretty much just, like, who all are you waging war against? Just the Xenon, yeah. Nice. In my last run, I managed to corral the Xenon. I wiped out everything except for what did they have? I think the Xenon managed to get Hua's twin and everything behind it. So I've managed to block them in at this gate. So there's no Xenon other than what's in here. And they are just pouring through that gate like a bloody river. So if I wanted to just sit and farm, I could.
Entering system. Black hole sun.
Ships killed, 753 capitals. Wow.
Scan whenever you're ready.
That's fine. You can go now.
I have nothing to
That is some dedication. Let's see, in this run, I'm up to 714 kills. A lot of it's just defending gates while defense stations get built or doing empire management while farming defense drones. Oh! Farming defense drones, I guess that works, hey? Great kill count. Yeah, no kidding, hey? That's intense.
Mercury. Vanguard. Sonra, Vanguard. Superhighway, Black Hole Sun, 4.
You also send Sins out to stock SCA capital ships. Yeah. But, I mean, your NPC kills
Entering Black
don't
Hole
count
Sun,
towards
4.
your fight rank. It has to be you. It has to be you. Your shooting, which makes it a lot more difficult. You have to jump in and take control, yeah. But it is a capital kill, and those are worth a lot in fight rank. But you know what I really want? 31 points. That's yeah. What I really want is I want kill marks recorded for each ship, because I've got a rattlesnake that I've killed well over 100 Ks with. And I would really like to look at the stats of the ship and see number of Xenon Ks destroyed, whatever it is. Because, point of pride, that rattlesnake has been through a lot. That ship led the charge across the entire universe when I was busy wiping out the Xenon. It had a lot of help, but it was extremely heavily modded, like hull mods and weapon mods. I get monitor word for fleet kills. Yeah, why not, right?
Jumpgate, Cerberus, Vanguard. Jumpgate, Windfall.
Yeah. Just the little quality of life things that would be nice. All right. So there's the Windfall Gate right there. There's the last Barbarossa for my Barbarossa fleet. And I am going to set these guys up as their own fleet instead of telling them to follow me, because that clearly hasn't been working. And then, other than that, we are ready to try to slap the vigor around a little bit. And see if we can end this exile of mine. You just cruise around in the Earl King. Your worst crew member is a 4-star. Ooh. 4-star service crew, right? That's pretty good. I have noticed the more you're in combat, service crew tend to level up really quickly. Alright, we are going to mimic. And you are going to protect position right there at a radius of 2 kilometers. Okay, and then everybody remove orders. Alright, that should be good. Service crew, you tend to throw yourself at large packs of Xenon capital ships. I mean, if you've got the Earl King, you might as well. Alright. Got the Barbarossas lined up. Got my Asgard lined up. And that is going to be tomorrow's adventure. Best fight was 2 eyes and 9 Ks. That's a good fight. Wow. But, alright, everybody. That is where we're going to call it tonight. So, as always, I have been Kanan Frost. You all have been awesome. You can come hang out with me on Discord. Links in my profile. And the bot has been spamming it all night, so I'm sure you can find it. But other than that, thank you very much for watching. And have a good night. I'll try and raid somebody for you. There's a few people playing X4, but nobody I recognize. So we're gonna just end it tonight. So take it easy, Rob Dog. Have a good night, Crow. Take care, everybody.